take whichever one you like. And as soon as you see blue, head on that. And then do dip. ladies. We'll have some gentlemen in the pub. How many tanks of gas do you have? One. You're a marshal, folks. Okay, Sherry, in here.
Okay. The liner, let's go.
Beg your pardon?
I'm collecting the liner.
Okay. Yeah, be very careful on the dock. It's extremely slippery. That boat, no, it's a marshal boat. So that's going with Sherry. Careful, Jim. Careful, man. Here, let me get the back. Very careful. Yeah, which number are you taking? Oh, where are you going? You run up with me alone. I don't know if you've got the radios yet. I'll have it. They'll have it on. They'll come up. Yeah, still on the boat. I gave never anything. Little process to show the one thing. So this back, how many tanks of gas do you have, please? Okay, another boat. Teresa, this is your boat.
That's my boat?
Okay, so you can pull off, just go get out in the middle, and we'll pull you back in a minute, alright? Alright, who's got Pocock 2? No, look at the list.
Look at the numbers, Mike. I just saw Pocock.
No, you didn't.
I did. All right,
No, it hasn't even arrived yet. It's on the ground.
all right.
Who's got Pocock 2?
Can you read it says Brian?
Okay, you got how many tanks of gas do you have now? One. Alright. Okay, so in you come. And this.
Mike, I'm going to go take a bio break.
Yeah. Your skiff's just floating out there. So
Oh,
you
okay.
don't need to be in there for a while.
Right. Nothing.
Oh, very careful. Very careful. Seriously. Yes, very careful. It's really bad.
94.
Don't leave. I've got to change to the first page of the heat sheet. Don't leave. I'm going to print a new one. Cup holder on this outfit.
Great, thank you, man. Start, let me know when you're ready.
Oh, that's, oh, okay.
Yeah, you'll need to know who's in the first race. Well, thank you, man. So that's all the co-cops, right? Everyone's gone, yes. Okay, Teresa, so Did I give you a set? That's correct. Well, I'll go get the rest of the photos that way.
Okay.
And I'll bring them. But I love her. I miss it. You know, last Oh, okay. what I'd like him to do, instead of coming using this guy, bring it up onto the, actually bring it on. And we might bring it up to that. That'd be really good.
Okay, the other one is
Good morning. Testing, testing, testing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are underway with our first event today, race number 83. This is our men's varsity 4 semifinal 1. Starting from far lane 1, we have Marquette, followed by Grand Valley, University of California, Santa Barbara, UC Irvine, Rhode Island, Orange Coast, Seattle, and in your near lane 8, Emory.
Semi-final 1 of the men's varsity 4. And as we kick this race up, we've got a nice solid lead by Irvine in lane 4. They have about 3/4 of a length over the 2 crews. Right behind them, we've got Rhode Island, and then over in lane 3, we've got Santa Barbara. So right now it's Irvine leading Rhode Island, Santa Barbara 3rd. Close behind Santa Barbara, a couple of seats, will be Orange Coast. So right now, those are the 4 boats in qualifying position for the grand final. The fight, of course, is right behind them. 3/4 of a length behind Irvine, we've got Emory. Emory by about a deck over Grand Valley, and about a 1/3 of a length behind Grand Valley, both Seattle and Marquette. So Irvine, at about 750 meters, has stretched out to a full length lead now over Rhode Island. Rhode Island has about 3/4 of a length on Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara now easing away a little bit from Orange Coast. That's about 3/4 of a length as well. Behind Orange Coast, we've got 3 boats drawing up. 1 length behind Orange Coast is Emory, and just a couple of seats behind Emory, we've got Grand Valley with 2 seats on both Seattle and Marquette. So as they cross the 1,000, it will be California Irvine in the lead. They now have the first splash of open water on Rhode Island. It looks like Santa Barbara trying to put a little bit of a charge onto Rhode Island. They're pressing them for 2nd place, and that has carried them to a full-length lead over Irvine. I'm sorry, Orange Coast. Orange Coast now has 1 length over Emory, and Emory about a half a length over both Marquette and Grand Valley, with Seattle another half a length back. So as the field sorts itself out now, it's still Irvine in the lead. Rhode Island has stopped the Santa Barbara move. They are now clearly in 2nd. Santa Barbara, rowing high, dropped back a little bit. They're now a little open water behind Rhode Island, and they are now under some pressure from Orange Coast. That's down to about 3/4 of a length. 1 length back of Orange Coast. We've got Marquette. Marquette is a deck ahead of Seattle and Grand Valley. So as we approach 1,000-meter mark, we're going to double back, and you've got right now in your qualifying positions Irvine, Rhode Island, Santa Barbara, and Orange Coast. Orange Coast under some pressure from 3 crews, including Marquette, who's coming up fairly strongly in lane 1.
You wanted to go to 1,000?
Copy, the one in lane 7 in Cincinnati, correct? Vanderbilt is a scratch, and Cincinnati is moving to their lane
And with 300 meters left to go in this race number 83, men's varsity 4 race, the current leader is UC Irvine, followed by Rhode Island. And at the finish, it's UC Irvine, your winner, followed by Rhode Island. And third place is Too Close to Call. And we're currently well underway with race event number 84. This is our men's varsity 4 semifinal 2. In your far lane 1, we have Northwestern, followed by Purdue, George Mason, Georgia Tech, Michigan, Virginia, Cincinnati, and in your near lane 8, Wichita State. And we're at the 1,000-meter halfway point of this race event 84, our men's varsity 4 semifinal 2, with your current leader, Michigan, followed by Virginia and Georgia Tech, currently in third.
From Northwestern over in lane 1. Careful. The rest of the field is following a little bit of open water behind. So at the 1,500 meter mark, we'll turn it over to the finish line. We've got 5 boats pushing down this last 500 meters, looking for 4 spots. It's Tech, Michigan, George Mason, and Virginia trying to hold off Northwestern.
Go Tech!
And with 300 meters left to go in this race event 84, your men's varsity 4 semifinal 2, your current leader is Georgia Tech, followed by Michigan and George Mason. And at the line, it's Georgia Tech over Michigan. And Virginia takes third. And we are currently underway with race event 85. This is our men's varsity 8, semifinal 1. Starting from lane 1, we have New Hampshire, followed by UC Davis, Cincinnati, Virginia, Grand Valley, North Carolina Chapel Hill, University of Massachusetts, and Bucknell.
Men's varsity 8s. "750 meters into the first semifinal of the men's varsity 8, we have Virginia establishing a solid 1-length lead over 3 tightly packed crews. We've got North Carolina, we've got Grand Valley, and we've got Cincinnati, all within about a seat of one another, 1 length behind Virginia. It's then Davis, about 3/4 of a length behind that group, and they in turn are about a half a length ahead of UMass and Bucknell, another half a length back to New Hampshire. So crossing the 1,000, Virginia has precisely 1 length over Grand Valley. Grand Valley has now pulled out to about a 1/4 of a length on both North Carolina and Cincinnati, although North Carolina is mounting a little bit of a surge. North Carolina coming back, they're now within a deck of Grand Valley, and that's pulled them about a 1/3 of a length ahead of Cincinnati. Then it's 3/4 of a length further back to Davis, another half length back to Bucknell, a couple more seats to UMass, and New Hampshire about a length behind that. So 750 meters in, and UVA has just shown its first open water over second place Grand Valley. Grand Valley has 2.5, 3 seats over North Carolina. North Carolina now has about a half a length on Cincinnati. So those are the 4 right now in qualifying position. However, UC Davis is putting on a nice, solid effort in this third 500. They have now drawn to within 1/2 of a length of Cincinnati. So last 500 coming up, it's Virginia, Grand Valley, North Carolina, and in fourth place, Cincinnati, under some pressure from UC Davis.
And with 250 meters remaining in this race event, 85, our men's varsity 8, semifinal 1. Virginia with a very strong lead, followed by Grand Valley. And third is currently too close to call. And Virginia is your winner by over a boat length. And Grand Valley holds on to take second, with North Carolina Chapel Hill finishing third. We are currently 250 meters into race number 86. This is your men's varsity 8 semifinal 2 from lane 1, Washington State, Minnesota, Orange Coast, Michigan, University of California, Santa Barbara, Purdue, Boston College, and in your near lane 8, Texas.
What are we doing? What are we thinking? Don't complain. We've been up for 3 days straight here. Good morning. Oh, is he here? I have not seen him. Yeah. Jeff here. I didn't. Is he here?
Final, varsity 8. 750 meters into the second final, semifinal of the men's varsity 8, we have Michigan with about a 2/3 of a length lead over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara then has about 3/4 of a length over Purdue. It's then about a deck back from Purdue to Orange Coast, another half a length back to Boston College, who then has a length over the trailing 3 crews. So crossing the 1,000, it is Michigan, Coxon nearly up on the bow ball of Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara has stretched out a bit. They now have nearly a length on Purdue, and it looks like Orange Coast putting a little bit of pressure on Purdue. That's down to about a 1/4 of a length. Boston College also moving up, so they're staying in this fight for that top 4 spots. They are a half a length behind Orange Coast and overlapping with Purdue. So at 750 meters, it's Michigan, nearly a length now on Santa Barbara. The coxswain is past the bow ball. Santa Barbara now with a little bit of open water on Purdue. Purdue, though, really feeling the heat. Orange Coast is within 4 seats of Purdue at the moment. And Boston College still hanging in there, half a length behind Orange Coast. It's then a little bit of open water back to Washington State, Minnesota, and Texas. Okay, Santa Barbara hanging on to Michigan as we approach 500. It's still just about a length, Michigan over Santa Barbara. There's a great fight right now going on between Purdue and Orange Coast for third place. And those crews appear to be nudging away from Boston College, who are trying to keep their hopes alive, snagging that 4th qualifying spot into the final. So as we turn it over to the tower, it's Michigan leading Santa Barbara. It looks like Orange Coast may be taking over 3rd place from Purdue. Boston College gonna mount a furious charge. Their stroke rate's gone up dramatically in the last 10 strokes, and it looks like they're nudging back up into that fight.
Let's go, Coach!
Let's go, go, go!
Thank you, Bob. With 250 meters left to go in this race 86, our men's varsity 8, semifinal 2. Michigan is your leader, followed by California, Santa Barbara, and 3rd place is currently very close. And Michigan takes the win with a half boat length over Cal Santa Barbara, and 3rd is an absolute dogfight. And it looks like Purdue is your 3rd place finisher. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to quickly bring to your attention, we have 4 cars in this near parking lot that are illegally parked and need to be moved immediately. The first is a Georgia tag, license RBG 9812, a Virginia plate JHU 2296, Florida plate DFJ R87, and another Georgia plate CEX 1606. If these are your vehicles, they are improperly parked, and we need to have them moved immediately. Thank you.
I was like, do you not see them?
Do you not see him?
If Dave's not here, I'm in charge.
When it's time for you, then I'll be right here to give you all the okay. Okay, Lori. I mean, okay, I know, no kidding. I think I'm gonna walk over. There it is. 1
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make you aware that we have a start and we are underway with race event number 89. This is our women's pair C final. We have 2 entrants in this. In lane 4, we have Cincinnati, and in lane 5, we have Florida State in this women's pair C final. And at the 1,000-meter halfway mark of this race event 89, our women's pair C final, it's currently Cincinnati leading Florida State. we have a launch on race event number 90. This is our men's pair C final with, starting in lane 3, we have Georgia, lane 4, Emory, lane 5, Minnesota, and in your near lane 6, Vermont. And with 300 meters remaining in this race event 89, the women's pair C final, currently Cincinnati has a huge lead over Florida State. And at the finish of this race event 89, the women's pair C final, it is Cincinnati in a decisive victory over Florida State in second place. Just past the halfway 1,000-meter mark currently in this race number 90, your men's pair C final, with Minnesota currently your leader, followed by Vermont and Emory. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a number of cars here that are double parked and need to be moved or will be towed. The first is a maroon Chevy Traverse, Tennessee license Z8373E. The second is a silver Honda Civic, Florida plate ICA S31. We have North Carolina red Honda van DLE 6874. a gray 4 Explorer with an Alabama license 1CG186S, a gray Toyota van, New Jersey SPG 20B, a gray Chevy Sonic, Georgia plate CCZ 9633, and finally a silver Chevy Traverse with Florida license DGD A41. All these cars are double parked and need to be moved immediately. Thank you. With 250 meters remaining in this race number 90, the men's pair C final, it is still Minnesota, followed by Vermont, and Emory currently in third. We are currently underway with race event 91. This is our men's freshman novice 4C final. Starting from lane 3, we have Denver, followed by Northwestern, Boston College, and Georgia State. And we have a finish in race event number 90, your men's pair C final. Your winner, Minnesota. Followed by Vermont. And Emory will take third place. And we're currently at the 1,000-meter halfway mark of this race 91, our men's freshman novice 4C final, with your current leader, Boston College. And it's too close to call right now between Northwestern and Denver for second. And with 300 meters remaining in this race 91, our men's freshman novice 4C final. Boston College continues to be your leader, followed by Denver and Northwestern in third. And we have a finish of race 91, the men's freshman novice 4C final, with Boston College finishing 3 boat lengths up on Denver, and Denver 2 boat lengths up on Northwestern. We also have a start now on race number 92, our men's freshman novice 8C final. Starting from lane 2, we have San Diego State, followed by Kansas State, DePaul, Georgia, Texas, and in your near lane 7, Illinois.
Kansas State, but this field is very tightly bunched. So we've got 1 length from first place Georgia to San Diego State in 6th. So during the third 500, they're starting to lean into it, but a very tight field. It looks like Georgia and Kansas State may be putting on a little bit of a move, trying to pull away. But this is a tightly bunched pack, and it should provide for a nice finish for you spectators down at the line.
With 500 meters remaining in this race 92, the men's freshman novice 8C final, Kansas State is currently your leader, followed by Georgia with third, currently too close to call. We are currently underway with race number 93, our women's varsity 4C final, where we have in lane 4, Toledo, followed in lane 5 by the Northwestern B-Boat. And at the line in the finish in this race 92, the men's freshman novice 8. Your winner is Kansas State by a deck length over Georgia, followed in third by DePaul.
So we're at the 750 meter mark of the course, and at 750 meters of the women's varsity 4C final, it's Northwestern with a healthy lead over the University of Toledo.
And at the 1,000-meter halfway point of race number 93, the women's varsity 4C final, it is Northwestern over Toledo currently. And we are currently underway with race 94. This is our men's varsity 4D final with our entrants starting from lane 2, Northwest State, ULA. In lane 4, Kansas, followed by Kansas State, Minnesota, and in your near lane 7, William and Mary.
As they cross 500 meters in the men's varsity 4D final, we've got 4 of the crews showed up. It looks like Kansas State might have been a no-show, but at this point Minnesota has a slim lead over William and Mary and Kansas. That's about a third of a length, with another third of a length back to Northwestern State, Louisiana. So 700 meters in, it's Minnesota, a third of a length over Kansas. Kansas now with a couple of seats over William and Mary. William and Mary with about a half a length over Northwestern State. And it looks like Kansas pushing up into Minnesota. They're drawing level. The other two crews still hanging around. So 900 meters in. Looks like Kansas and Minnesota just about level for the lead. Half a length, 3/4 of a length back to William and Mary, and then another half a length back to Northwestern State.
And at the finish of race number 93, our women's varsity 4C final, no doubt about this one, ladies and gentlemen, as Northwestern's B-Boat runs away from Toledo to win.
Right. If it's one pound. Well, you're all pretty good, but you know.
Lessons in life. I mean, that's
Yeah, it's a great meeting.
I think it's
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Well, like, you look at these boats and you're like, they're not working hard. You know, they look so easy. You're in the boat. I will never get out of this boat. I'm just gonna die right here.
Our son first got introduced to all that.
Yeah, oh, he come to the finish line.
So these hands, these blisters, and if he can write it, he's no longer a student.
What year are you? I'm a freshman. This is your first year? Oh my God.
And with 300 meters remaining in this race 94, our men's varsity 4D final, Kansas is currently your leader, followed by Minnesota, and third is currently too close to call. And at the finish of race 94, our men's varsity 4D final, Kansas, your winner, followed by Minnesota, and in third place, Northwest State, ULA. And we have a race start on event number 95, our men's varsity 4C final. Starting from lane 1, we have Florida, followed by Georgia, Binghamton, Virginia Commonwealth, Vanderbilt, Boston College, Washington University, Colorado, and in your near lane 9, Alabama.
I'm sorry, that's Alabama on the very far side. They're in second place. Then there is a group of fours just about within a seat or two of each other, 3/4 of a length behind Alabama. The only two crews right now not in contact would be Colorado, and it looks like Binghamton. They've fallen about a length behind the closely bunched pack of 5 crews. We've got a challenge now over on the far side from Florida. They're pulling level with Alabama and beginning to nose up into that Vanderbilt lead. So it is still Vanderbilt in the lead, but that's down to about a half a length now as this Florida crew is really throwing the strokes in. They have taken over second place. Alabama's dropped back a little bit. They're a half a length behind Florida now. Florida's within half a length of Vanderbilt. Behind those crews, we still have a tight bunch of 4 crews, and then a little further back still to Colorado. And I believe that's Binghamton. So we're crossing the 1,000. Vanderbilt and Florida now fighting for the lead. Alabama's still hanging on, and that group of 4 still very tightly bunched behind them. We also unfortunately have a spectator wash about to go across that field. But as we turn it over to the finish, it's Vanderbilt and Florida fighting for the lead in this C final of the men's varsity 4.
This clown can't come.
Oh, okay. I didn't think we're mixing black and gold. Yeah, we're black and gold. Well, that may be Colorado now. I know some like I know, but all the way to Florida. Yes, please.
What are you doing? Hey! Hey!
Slow down, for God's sake.
What are you even doing there?
No, not wait.
Don't wait. Go away.
Wait. It's all right. Come on, Danny.
Okay, landlocked torpedo. Yeah, it was wetting you guys. It was wetting you guys. Yeah. The trouble is that the locals are very scared of me, and they don't know how to deal with the boats. They don't know whether to go fast or slow. Yes, yeah, well, one of those, but hopefully that little weight will just be dissipated by the time the cruise gets here.
Men's varsity 8D final is crossing the... We've got Pittsburgh now with a slight lead over Illinois. Pittsburgh by about a quarter of a length over Illinois. Illinois in turn has one length over Georgia, it looks like. And a length behind that, another length to Wichita State and Long Beach, who are essentially level. But it's Pittsburgh now beginning to stretch it out. They've gone up to about 2/3 of a length over Illinois. And Illinois now has a tiny bit of open water over Georgia in third. It's then a little bit of open water back to Wichita and Long Beach. So 1,400 meters in, it's Pittsburgh, now nearly a length in front of Illinois. Those two beginning to pull away from the rest of the pack.
And just past the 1,000-meter halfway point of this race 96, our men's varsity 8D final. Currently, your leader is Pittsburgh, with Illinois in second and Georgia in third. And with 300 meters to go in this race 96, your men's varsity 8D final, Pittsburgh continues to lead over Illinois and the University of Georgia in third. And at the finish, it is Pittsburgh by just over a boat length on Illinois. And third place does indeed go to the University of Georgia in this race event 96, the men's varsity 8D final.
We're 400 meters in to the C final of the men's varsity 8, and we've got 8 boats pretty tightly bunched. I've got 5 bows level at the front and another 3 bows about 1/2 length behind. Crossing the 500, it looks like a dead heat between Notre Dame and Cincinnati. But DePaul, Michigan State, and Western Washington are all within a couple of feet of them. Another couple of seats back to Kansas. Kansas with about a deck on both San Diego State and Western Washington. Over in the far lane, Colorado making a push. But in the center of the course, Notre Dame now has nudged out. They are about a quarter of a length ahead of 3 crews. Connecticut, DePaul, and it looks like Michigan State. It is still less than a length from first place to 8th as we're 800 meters in. So Notre Dame still in the lead. It's now about 1/3 of a length over, it looks like Western Washington now nudges just barely in front for second place over Connecticut. But that's inches, if anything. So as we approach the 1,000, it's Notre Dame. Very, very slim lead. The only crews that are falling back a little bit now are Michigan State, which has dropped back a bit. They are one leg from the leader. They're in 7th place, a length from the leader, maybe a seat ahead of San Diego State and 2 seats behind Kansas. So that's how tightly bunched this field still is 1,200 meters in.
With 500 meters to go in this race event number 97, Notre Dame continues to be your leader in what looks to be a very evenly matched field. And it is the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame taking the win. Followed by Connecticut in second place, and third is currently Too Close to Call in this race event 97, the men's varsity 8C final. And we are currently underway with event number 98. This is our women's single A final. Starting from the far lane 2, we have Texas, then Alabama Huntsville, Long Beach, Virginia, Georgia Tech, and in your near lane 7, Orange Coast.
Gross College. Orange gross. Door-hinge Coast.
I didn't hear what event they said this was.
Women's single skull. If they switch from 8s, is it 9:30?
Yeah, it's 9:30.
Women's single skull.
400 meters into our first medal event of the day. It's the A final of the women's single. We have 6 scullers. And right now we've got about a length lead for the Virginia sculler. She's got about a length over Alabama Huntsville. Huntsville a half a length over Long Beach. Another 3/4 of a length back to the Orange Coast sculler. Then a length further back to Texas. And Texas just ahead of Georgia Tech. So right now we're seeing some pretty nice blade work up in these lead boats, especially. The Virginia sculler still with the lead, but it looks like Alabama Huntsville hanging right with her and maybe nudging back into that picture. We have Long Beach in third, about a length and a quarter now behind the leaders. Long Beach with about a 3/4 length lead over the Orange Coast sculler, who now has a little open water over Texas, with a little more open water back to Georgia Tech. So approaching the 1,000, it looks like the Virginia sculler sort of stopped the charge of Huntsville. She's now got a little bit over a length. It's Virginia by a little over a length over Alabama Huntsville. Closing in, looks like Long Beach beginning to make a move through the pack. The Long Beach sculler now under a length behind the Alabama Huntsville boat, and that's still got the Orange Coast sculler half a length behind Long Beach. So right now it's a good 4-boat race for the 3 medals. But it looks like Virginia, crossing the 1,000, will have a nice solid lead over Huntsville. Huntsville, not quite a length over Long Beach. And it looks like Long Beach beginning to pull away slightly from Orange Coast. Then it's back to Texas and Georgia Tech. So it looks like the Virginia boat moving along very nicely. She'll be pretty tough to catch, but it looks like the race for silver could be quite interesting all the way down to the finish line, as Huntsville has just under a length over Long Beach.
And we are currently underway with race number 99. This is our men's single B final. Starting from the far, lane 1, we have Cincinnati, then Virginia. Another Virginia entry, Florida, North Carolina Chapel Hill, a second North Carolina Chapel Hill boat, Florida State, and in your near lane 8, Denver. And back to race 98, our women's single A final. With 300 meters remaining in this race, Virginia is your current leader, followed by Alabama Huntsville, and it looks like Long Beach currently in third place. Correction, lane 4 Long Beach is in second, and currently in third is lane 3 Alabama Huntsville. And your winner in this race 98, your women's single A final, is indeed Virginia. Now crossing the line in second place is Long Beach. One boat link up on Alabama Huntsville in third.
To Florida State, Denver, then a little further back, Michigan State and Michigan. I'm reading the wrong page. I am very sorry. It is North Carolina, two scullers up near the front, one with a solid lead. Virginia virtually tied for second with the other North Carolina sculler. Then it's a good bit of open water back to fourth rather. So as these scullers spread out, they're about 1,100 meters in. It looks like a good solid lead for one of the North Carolina boats, and a good fight for the silver is going to develop between the other Carolina boat and Virginia.
And with 300 meters remaining in this race 99, our men's single B final. Looks like your current leader is Florida over Virginia, and North Carolina Chapel Hill currently in third place. And Florida takes the win. And in a close battle for second, Virginia holds on to second over North Carolina Chapel Hill.
Huntsville. Then a bit further back to the Michigan State and Wichita State scullers. So it's the Delaware sculler pulling away now. He's got nearly a length. Actually, he may have a little more than a length over Chicago and William and Mary, who are essentially level still. And they have about a half a length over Binghamton. After Binghamton, it's another length back to Alabama Huntsville. We've got Michigan a couple of lengths behind that, ahead of Michigan State, and then Wichita State. So approaching the 1,000-meter mark, Delaware sculler rowing pretty high, pretty hard. I'd say he's got nearly 2 lengths now over second place, and that's the William and Mary sculler that's pulled into second place. He's got about a half a length now over Chicago, and Chicago finds himself under attack from the Binghamton sculler. Then it's 2 lengths further back to Huntsville, and the other 3 are trailing. So it looks like the Delaware sculler pulling away from the pack, and a good 3-way fight for the silver and bronze medal gonna go on between William and Mary, Chicago, and Binghamton. So unless something disastrous happens to him, it looks like the Delaware sculler has done the work early and he's doing the work late. He's pulling away. 3 scullers battling very hard for second, third, and fourth.
We've got a close and competitive race in this event 100, the men's single A final, where it looks like Delaware continues to be your leader, followed closely by William and Mary and Chicago. Really close between second and third. Looks like the William and Mary boat making a really strong late surge. Trying to take over the lead in this race over Delaware. And William and Mary does indeed come from behind to take the win over Delaware, with Chicago taking third in this race 100, the men's single A final. And we are now underway with race number 101. The women's double A final. Starting from your far side lane 1, we have Chicago, then Purdue, Grand Valley, Kansas State, Washington State B boat, Wichita State, Washington State A boat, and in your near lane 8, Kansas.
the medals?
Y'all can get in here now. He's like,
And Kansas State is your winner, followed by Wichita State and Washington State A-Boat getting third.
Good job, Coach.
Next to you!
I'm so proud of you guys. Oh my God.
Crossing 500 meters in the men's double B final. It's North Carolina with an early statement. They had pulled out to nearly a length over Rochester. But Rochester hanging on has made up a little bit of that. So it's a little under a length, North Carolina over Rochester. Then it's about a half a length further back to the University of Georgia. A few feet behind them, Wichita State. So we've got North Carolina leading by a length in this B final of the double over Rochester. Rochester now nearly a length ahead of Georgia. Wichita State closing a little bit on Georgia. They're about half a length back of them. Then it's a little bit of open water back to the rest of the field. It looks like Vanderbilt in fifth. And then some distance behind them just to the trailing crews. So as they approach the 1,000, still North Carolina, Rochester still hanging in there. So that's still the fight for first, and a good fight for third developing between Wichita State and Georgia.
Men singles, please go past the dock and turn around. All the way past. Can you tell the announcer that this is the women's single? First place order. Can you announce the women's single?
This is the victory ceremony for the women's single. I should be hearing it on the speaker. Okay, guys, up and spin round behind the boat, okay? And you can get out, ma'am. You the winner? Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring your attention to our awards dock, where we're awarding medals for race event 98, our women's single grand final, where your third place finish is to Alabama Huntsville. Second place is Long Beach. And your winner of the women's single grand final is Virginia.
Level, standing out.
a gold medal.
And with 300 meters remaining in this race 102, your men's double B final, your current leader is Rochester, followed by North Carolina Chapel Hill, and in third currently, the University of Georgia. And your finish in this race 102, your men's double B final. Your winner crossing the line is North Carolina Chapel Hill, followed by Georgia. And third is Too Close to Call.
The medal event for the men's double. 9 crews again. And we've got Virginia with a very slim early lead as they approach the 500 over Santa Barbara, but this has still got a lot of tightly bunched crews. Right behind Santa Barbara would be Vanderbilt and Irvine, and actually those two have pulled level with Santa Barbara. Irvine actually nudged slightly ahead of them. Irvine has moved into second place and is actually a foot or so from taking the lead away from Virginia. Michigan coming with Irvine right next to them. So right now, Virginia with a little response, they've stopped that move, but it's Virginia by about 2 feet over Irvine. Irvine with a deck over Michigan. Michigan just barely in front of Santa Barbara and Vanderbilt. And then it's a little open water behind that group, I'm sorry, except for a crew I can't spot the blades of, I'm sorry. In any event, it's Virginia with a slight lead over Irvine. Irvine now a solid second place. Michigan, Vanderbilt, and Santa Barbara still essentially level for third. It is Rochester I could not identify before, but they are still in this mix. And Virginia now beginning to nose in front. They've got about a half a length over Irvine. Irvine in turn with about a half a length over Santa Barbara, Vanderbilt, and Michigan. Michigan with half a length over Rochester. So as we cross 1,000 meters, it's Virginia ahead of Irvine by 3/4 of a length. Irvine by 1 length over Michigan, who is still hanging on to third, just barely ahead of Vanderbilt, Santa Barbara, and a surging Rochester boat. So those 6 crews of the 9 still locked in a battle, with the other 3 crews trailing. Here in the third 500, it looks like Virginia beginning to pull away. They now have nearly a length over Irvine. And the 4 crews behind Irvine, Michigan, Rochester, Vanderbilt and Santa Barbara are all within about a seat of one another. So Virginia in the lead, but certainly not safe yet. Irvine still in second, just under a length now from Virginia, but they're certainly not safe yet because they're definitely still under great pressure from a surging Rochester boat that may now have just taken third. Just barely behind Rochester would be Vanderbilt, and barely behind Vanderbilt, Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara with about a seat on Michigan. So Michigan in sixth place, but still in the hunt for the medals. 600 meters to go. It's Virginia consolidating its lead. They now have a splash of open water. It's still Irvine in second. They look like they've regained their second wind here. And they are still trying to hold off Rochester, who continues to move. Rochester with half a length over Vanderbilt, half a length further back to Santa Barbara, and then half a length further back to Michigan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just concluded the medal ceremony at the awards dock for Race 100. This was the men's singles grand final, where your third place finisher was Chicago. In second, Delaware. And your winner of the men's single grand final, William and Mary. And we are now moving into making the awards for Race 101. This is the women's double grand final, where your third place medal winner is the Washington State A-Boat. In second place, Wichita State, and your winner of this women's double grand final, Kansas State. And your winner in this race 103, your men's double A final, is Virginia. Second place goes to Vermont, and third place is Rochester. And we do have a start on race number 104. This is our women's pair B final. Starting from your far lane one, Georgia State, Denver, University of California, Davis, Illinois, Vanderbilt, University of California, Santa Barbara, Virginia Commonwealth, and in your near lane 8, Ohio State.
Okay, we've got the B final of the women's pairs at about 800 meters, and it's UC Davis. Again, doing the early work. They've got about 1 length over Illinois. Illinois has about 1.5 lengths over Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt with just about 1 length over Santa Barbara and Virginia Commonwealth. Then it's about 1.5 lengths further back to Georgia State and Denver, and a touch further back to Ohio State. As they approach the 1,000, though, it's still Davis in the lead. Looks like they've got a little bit of open water now over Illinois. Those two pretty solidly distancing themselves from the field. It's Vanderbilt still in third. They now have about 1 length over Santa Barbara, and about 1 length behind Santa Barbara is Virginia Commonwealth.
No more details than that. So yeah. I did, and I said, you know, like.
And he just said, some guy was speeding by.
Yeah, see, we parked at one boat, and then I didn't know, like, because they're coming down, the people will be waiting at the finish line dock, and you must arrive there. That's all. And I said, so we're going to go.
Boat number, the motorboats have numbers, so. Yeah, right, but there's 16 launches out there. They have numbers. Can you ask him what's the number of the boat that he's taking? How do you call him? No, nobody wants to speak to this. Men, the thing about it is, men won't answer the phone anymore. You notice the pictures of so many women, they text that they don't answer the phone anymore. They're really, it's terrible. The dating thing is just terrible. I don't know how you manage it.
He said, oh, it's bad. They'll be looking for what to do.
And with 300 meters remaining in this race 104, the women's pair B final, we've got a really tight battle for the lead, which looks like currently Illinois is barely edging University of California, Davis, with Vanderbilt in third, but this one's going to go right down to the finish. And it looks like Illinois edges out California Davis in a very, very close battle for the win. With third place going to Vanderbilt.
Water over second place Oregon. It's Oregon with about 3/4 of a length over California lightweights. Following them, it looks like a nice tight bunch with 3 more crews, and then a little bit of open water back to Georgia and St. Thomas. But at 700 meters, it's the Athens State pair that now has nearly 2 lengths on the field. These 2 young ladies have been here before. The last 2 years, they represented Calhoun Community College, and I believe they medaled both years. Now they're at Athens State, and they are pulling away from this field, and it looks like a decent fight going on for second now between the California lightweights and Oregon. Georgia Tech in fourth, about a length behind that fight. Georgia Tech has about half a length over Grand Valley and Liberty. So, 900 meters in, it's Athens State. Moving along, they look almost effortless. Really nice plate work, and their lead is now probably close to 3 lengths. It's a deadlock fight right now. Oregon and the California lightweights. Oregon maybe with the tiniest of advantages for second place. Then it's a little bit of open water back to Georgia Tech. Still in contact with Georgia Tech, we have Grand Valley and Liberty. So Athens State crosses the 1,000 meters with a solid lead. Second and third, still very, very tight, Oregon and the Cal lightweights. Those 2 now are beginning to pull away from the rest of the pack. So, although in pairs racing a lot can happen, it looks like our gold medalists very likely to be Athens State, with a really good hard fight for silver and bronze between the Cal lightweights and Oregon. The Cal lightweights have now gone in to second place. Oregon had a little steering trouble, so they are now about 3/4 of a length behind the Cal lightweights. But if they can get these steering troubles fixed, they should be able to hold on to third place. They still have a little open water over Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech with still a slim advantage over Grand Valley. So we're signing off with the Athens State pair rowing away from the field. California lightweight second, and it looks like there may be a fight developing for the bronze. Oregon may be having
Thanks, Bob, for your work down on the water. Currently, turn your attention, please, to the awards dock, where we have the medal recipients from race 103. This is our men's double grand final. In third place, taking bronze, is University of California, Irvine. Receiving the silver medal in second place is Vermont. And your first place gold medal winner, Virginia. In this, our men's double grand final, event 103.
Okay, so if he's over there, then you actually put it on the guy's neck, all right? Plenty of time if you want to get photographed. They run. Until the boats come by, whatever you want to do.
And we have 300 meters remaining in race 105. This is a women's pair A final. Your current leader is Athens State, followed in second by Cal Lights, and in third, Oregon. And your winner in this race number 105, the women's pair A final, is Athens State. Followed in second by Cal Lights and Oregon, rounding out the top three. And we are currently underway with race number 106. This is our men's pair B final. Starting from your far lane one, we have Denver, followed by UC Irvine, Charleston, Georgia Tech, Ohio State, Delaware, Seattle, and in your near lane 8, Washington University.
Uh, 750 meters in the men's pair B final. We've got 6 boats up near the front. Doesn't look like anybody's really overextending themselves right now. We may have a little cat and mouse games going on. Looks like we've got a nice little move there from Denver and Georgia Tech, who have put them near the front. But right behind them, Charleston and Irvine, and just on their heels, we've got the crew from Ohio State. Delaware just behind Ohio State, then a little further back to Seattle, and then Washington University. So it's Denver now, taking the lead apparently from Georgia Tech. A little bit of a burst there from the Charleston crew, putting some pressure on Georgia Tech. Charleston now in third and moving up on Georgia Tech for second. Still in fourth place, we've got Irvine, then Delaware, as the field starts to spread out a bit.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are underway with race number 107. This is a men's pair A final. And starting from far lane 1, we have Virginia, then Vanderbilt, University of California, Santa Barbara, Lafayette, St. Thomas, High Point, Rochester, and in your near lane 8, Michigan. And with 300 meters remaining in this race 106, our men's pair B final. We've got Georgia Tech as your leader, followed by Charleston and Delaware. And we have a close fight for the win in this race 106, our men's pair B final. But Georgia Tech holds on to take the victory over Charleston. And in third place, Delaware.
At 850 meters in, it's High Point now with one length. They've got a one-length lead over Lafayette with, it looks like Rochester closing in on that, as well as Santa Barbara. So it's High Point approaching the 1,000 with a one-length lead over Lafayette, who is maybe a foot or two ahead of Rochester and Santa Barbara. Then it's less than a length back to St. Thomas and Michigan. So we've still got 6 crews in with a shout for the medals. High Point continues to lead, but it's Santa Barbara now making its charge. Santa Barbara has moved into second just barely over both Lafayette and Rochester. St. Thomas and Michigan still a little bit of overlap with the Lafayette crew. But it's High Point, maybe 3/4 of a length over Santa Barbara. Still not much in it. Santa Barbara with maybe 4 or 5 feet over both Lafayette. Now, I would say right now Rochester is taken away third place from Lafayette. And they've also taken their rate up and they are charging through the field. Rochester has taken up its rate. They have caught Santa Barbara, and now both of those crews are putting some pressure on High Point. Lafayette still not out of this. They're only a couple of seats behind. Then it's a length from Lafayette to Michigan. Michigan now with 3/4 of a length over St. Thomas. So approaching 500 meters. We've still got 5 crews in the running. Pressure from Lafayette again. They're moving up. They've moved back into second. So it's High Point going to cross the 500 meters to go mark in first place. But they're about a half a length ahead of Lafayette. Lafayette with maybe a seat over both Rochester and Santa Barbara. Michigan 1 length behind that mix. This is going to be quite a fight in this last 400 meters for 3 medals.
Let's go, Santa Barbara! You got Come on, Gauchos! Let's go, Gauchos!
And in this race 107, our men's pair A final. It looks like 4 boats fighting tooth and nail for the win. Really, really close. Looks like University of California, Santa Barbara takes the win over Lafayette. Sorry, Rochester in second and Lafayette in third. What a great race. And we are currently underway with a start on race number 108. This is our men's novice lightweight 4A final. Starting from the far side lane 1, we have Chicago, followed by Washington State, Seattle, University of California, Santa Barbara, Michigan, Delaware, Bucknell, and in your near lane 8, University of Georgia.
We are in the third 500 of the men's novice lightweight 4. And I got to tell you, after watching all the pairs and doubles, it's certainly gotten a lot noisier out on the course. We've got some screaming going on out there, and for good reason. because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews within about a third of a length. All the crews in the middle of the field are within about half a length now as Michigan begins to poke its nose in front. The only crews that have fallen off the pace would be Chicago in lane 1 and Georgia in lane 8. But Michigan now starts to poke in front. They've got about a half a length now over 4 crews. That would be Washington State, Seattle, Santa Barbara, and Delaware. Then it's another 3/4 of a length back to Bucknell. So 600 meters to go. Santa Barbara doesn't like Michigan sitting out there. They're starting to push back. Santa Barbara drawing up a little closer to Michigan, and that has put Santa Barbara clearly into second place, but it's still going to be a great race here. So Michigan now with less than half a length at 500 to go over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara with just a couple of seats over Seattle and Delaware and Washington State.
Thank you, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask that you bring your attention to the awards dock where we are handing out medals to the women's pair grand final winners. With bronze in third, we have Oregon. In second place, our silver medal recipient, Cal Lights. And your winner of this women's pair grand final, Athens State. We are having one heck of a three-way battle for the win here in race 108. This is our men's novice lightweight 4A final. And it is certainly coming down to the wire. It looks like Seattle very, very closely over Michigan and University of California, Santa Barbara, but we're going to have to get the officials to confirm that. Very, very close race. And we are well underway with race number 109. This is our women's freshman novice 4A final. Starting from far lane 1, we have Cincinnati, followed by Vermont, Orange Coast, William and Mary, Oregon, University of California, Santa Barbara, Virginia Commonwealth, and in your near lane 8, Grand Valley.
In the final of the women's novice 4, the University of Oregon has crossed as the leader at the 1,000-meter mark. Oregon has a length lead on Orange Coast, and those two are currently dominating the field. It's about a length and a half of open water behind Orange Coast to a tightly packed bunch. We've got 4 crews within about a third of a length. Vermont, William and Mary, looks like Grand Valley and Virginia, not Grand Valley, Virginia Commonwealth and Cal Santa Barbara. Those crews within about a half a length of one another. Grand Valley and Cincinnati, a little bit of open water behind the field. So it's still Oregon in the lead. It looks like they have maintained their lead over Orange Coast. Orange Coast has taken its rate up just slightly, trying to cut into that lead. But those two are clearly fighting for the gold and silver medal. And it's got to be at 2 lengths of open water to this fantastic fight of 4 boats for the bronze. Right now, I would think it looks like Vermont beginning to nose into a little more solid position in 3rd place. William and Mary going with them now, probably clearly in 4th. Then it's Santa Barbara in 5th and Virginia Commonwealth in 6th. But those 4 crews still waging a nice little war there for that bronze medal. So as they approach the 500-meter mark, it's Oregon. Looks like they're maybe extending their lead a little bit over Orange Coast. Those two cruising away. So barring a misadventure, they look unthreatened, but a great fight behind them for the bronze medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming into the awards dock now are the recipients of our medals for race number 106, our men's pair B final. Finishing 3rd and getting the bronze. I'm sorry, correction. This is 107, the men's pair grand final. In 3rd and getting bronze is Lafayette. In 2nd is Rochester. And your 1st place gold medal winner, University of California, Santa Barbara. And in our race number 109, our women's freshman novice 4A final, your winner is Oregon. In 2nd place is Orange Coast. And your 3rd place finisher is Vermont in this race 109, our women's freshman novice 4A final. And we are also well underway with race number 110. This is our men's freshman novice 4B final. Starting from far lane 1, we have Liberty, followed by Chicago, Vanderbilt, Purdue, Virginia Commonwealth, Rochester, Cincinnati, and in near lane 8, Grand Valley.
Okay, we've got the B final of the men's novice 4. They're at about 700 meters, and it looks like Purdue with a nice solid lead of about 1 length over Rochester. Half a length behind Rochester, we've got Chicago. Chicago with a slim lead over Cincinnati and Vanderbilt. Then it's another 3/4 of a length back to, I believe, Virginia Commonwealth. Then another length back to Grand Valley and another length to Liberty. But crossing the 1,000, it's Purdue now with a little bit of open water, and they are understroking most of the crews chasing them. So Purdue leading Rochester, Chicago putting some pressure on Rochester as they head into the third 500 of the B final of the men's novice 4.
And coming into the awards dock now are the medal recipients for our race number 108, our men's novice lightweight 4 grand final. Receiving bronze in third, University of California, Santa Barbara. Your second place silver medal recipient is Michigan. And your winner is Seattle. And I'd like to point out, ladies and gentlemen, that first through third separated by less than 0.7 of 1 second. What a great race. And taking the win in race number 110, our men's freshman novice 4B final is Purdue. Followed by Chicago, and in third place, Rochester. And I'd like to remind everyone that these results are unofficial, pending official posting.
Tech and Michigan. Then it's about 3/4 of a length further back to Kansas, and another half length back to Vermont, Santa Barbara, and UMass. A little burst there from Rhode Island has drawn them nearly level with UC Irvine, and it looks like Georgia Tech moving up on both of those crews. So right now it is Irvine and Rhode Island just about level at 800 meters, half a length back to Georgia Tech, and 2 seats further back to Michigan. Then it's a length from Michigan to Kansas, and then another length back to the 3 trailing crews. It is Rhode Island now putting its nose in front. 900 meters in is Rhode Island taking the lead from Irvine by 1 seat. That little fight has cost Georgia Tech a little distance. They've dropped back to not quite a length behind, and Michigan has begun to charge. They are drawing level with Georgia Tech as we approach the 1,000-meter mark. So it is Rhode Island just barely ahead of UC Irvine. Those two, 3/4 of a length ahead of Georgia Tech and Michigan, and then it's a little open water behind them to the rest of the field. So it's still a good fight, but it looks like Rhode Island putting on another little push. Rhode Island now, for the first time, has 2 seats on Irvine. Georgia Tech challenging again. Georgia Tech moving up. They're about 2/3 of a length from the lead, and they are about half a length ahead of Michigan. Rhode Island still pushing. They're fighting hard. It's gaining them incrementally, inch by inch. They're now 3 seats up on Irvine. Irvine with a half a length on Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech with 2 seats on Michigan. 700 meters to go. It is now half a length for the University of Rhode Island over Irvine. Irvine still holding second, but they are now facing quite a challenge from Michigan. They are half a length ahead of Michigan, with Michigan closing. Georgia Tech trying to hang on. They are now about 2 seats behind Michigan. So with 500 to go, it's Rhode Island currently in gold medal position, Irvine in silver, Michigan in bronze, Georgia Tech in 4th. But any one or all of those positions very possibly could change as these crews wind it up for the last 500.
And we are in the final 100 meters of another very tightly contested race here in this our men's freshman novice 4A final. Only a deck length separating 1 and 2. And it looks like the win goes to Rhode Island, narrowly over Georgia Tech, with Michigan taking 3rd. And we are now underway with race event number 112. This is our men's pair varsity A final. Starting from lane 2, we have Michigan. Then Boston College, Northwestern, Bucknell, University of California, Santa Barbara, and in your near lane 7, Binghamton. And ladies and gentlemen, currently at our awards dock, we are having the awards ceremony for our women's freshman novice 4 grand final. That was event number 109, where your bronze medal recipient is the University of California, Santa Barbara. Taking the silver is Orange Coast. And your gold medal winner of this women's freshman novice 4 is Oregon.
Santa Barbara with about a deck, maybe a little less, over Northwestern. Northwestern with about a third of a length on Bucknell. Then it's a length from Bucknell to Boston College and a little further back to Binghamton. At 900 meters, Michigan has opened up a little water. They've now got a little bit of open water over 3 crews that are drawing fairly level. That would be Northwestern, UC Santa Barbara, and then just a little bit further back, Bucknell. So it's Michigan now, really starting to lengthen out. They've now got about a third of a length of open water. Santa Barbara nudging into second place. They've now got about a deck on Northwestern. Northwestern now with about 2/3 of a length on Bucknell. Then it's a little bit of open water back to Boston College and then Binghamton. So the Michigan boat's throwing in a burst. It looks like they've jumped their rate up for a little spot there, and it's gotten them a little more open water. And Northwestern, as we've seen a couple of times, they've had a pretty good second half in these 4s, and they have caught up to Santa Barbara for second place and may have nosed about a seat in front. Then it's a couple of feet of open water back to Bucknell. But with 7:50 to go, it looks like Michigan's day in the second varsity 4. A nice fight for silver is going to probably go all the way to the finish for UC Santa Barbara and Northwestern, with Bucknell about a length and a quarter behind that.
And with 300 meters to go in this race event number 112, our men's second varsity 4A final, your leader remains Michigan, followed by California, Santa Barbara, and Northwestern. And the finish of race 112, the men's second varsity 4, your unofficial winner is Northwestern, followed by Michigan and California, Santa Barbara. We are now underway with race event number 113. This is our women's second novice 8A final. Starting from lane 3, we have Florida, followed by University of California, Santa Barbara, and in lane 5, the University of Georgia. And if you would now turn your attention to the base of the tower, to the awards dock, we are handing out awards for our event number 111, our men's freshman novice 4 grand final. Where receiving bronze in third place is the University of Michigan. Your silver medal recipient, Georgia Tech. And taking the gold, Rhode Island.
has jumped out firmly in control. They have open water by 250 meters over Florida, which is narrowly ahead of Georgia. As we approach 500, the Gauchos still with a stranglehold on this. They've now got about a length and a half over Florida. Florida with about 2/3 of a length over Georgia. So this second novice 8 of women, despite the lead, it's the Gauchos still going at it hard, rowing high and extending their lead now to just about 2 lengths over Florida. Florida now nearly a length, maybe exactly a length over UGA. So 7:50 in, it's Santa Barbara trying to pull away and put this away early. Florida in second place, about 2 1/4 lengths behind, and Florida now with a little bit of open water over the University of Georgia. So as they head into the second 1,000, it's the Gauchos from UCSB firmly in control of the women's second novice 8.
And with 300 meters to go in this race number 113, our women's second novice 8A final, your current leader is University of California, Santa Barbara Gauchos, followed by Florida and the University of Georgia in third. And crossing the line, the University of California, Santa Barbara Gauchos are your unofficial winner. With Florida taking second and the University of Georgia finishing third. Currently at the awards dock, ladies and gentlemen, are the recipients of medals for race event number 112. This is the men's second varsity 4 grand final. Your third place bronze recipient is the University of California, Santa Barbara Gauchos. Taking second place and the silver medal is Michigan. And your gold medal winner is Northwestern.
As they cross 500, it's, yes, about a seat and a half, 2 seats for Orange Coast over UCSB. Those two have nosed away, and it's open water back now to the other 2 crews in this event, who are pretty closely level, Notre Dame and Colorado. Santa Barbara, with a little bit of a push here, is drawing closer to Orange Coast. That lead is down to about 1 seat, 700 meters into the race. But there's the response. There's the response from Orange Coast. They've nosed it back out to 2.5 seats, and now it's 3. Let's see if Santa Barbara has anything to throw back at them. Then it's about a third of a length of open water back to Colorado and Notre Dame, who are still essentially level. And the answer to that was yes, Santa Barbara does have something to throw at them as they once again start to close. Again, Santa Barbara draws to within 1 seat of Orange Coast, and this time even closer. As we approach the 1,000, it is Orange Coast with about a 1-foot lead over Santa Barbara, and as we hit the 1,000, that's dead level. So the 2 West Coast crews dead level after 1,000 meters, about a length and a half ahead of Colorado, who has a slight lead on Notre Dame. I guess we shouldn't be surprised that Orange Coast is firing back. They've pulled slightly into the lead again, but by the narrowest of margins. Santa Barbara refusing to let go. It's about 2 to 3 feet difference at the most. So 750 meters to go. Santa Barbara with another lunge forward. They closed the gap. The bows are dead level again. And for the first time, the bow ball of UCSB may just have nudged in front. It is Santa Barbara now by 3 feet over Orange Coast at 600 meters to go. And they continue to edge away. It's now 2 seats, maybe 2.5. I'm sure there's going to be another response any moment now from Orange Coast as they approach 500 with Santa Barbara barely in front because Orange Coast is closing again. So 500 meters to go, 2 West Coast crews trading the lead back and forth for the gold medal in the men's second novice 8.
With 300 meters remaining, we've got a really close battle for the lead between UCSB and Orange Coast. And this is our men's second novice 8 final. Orange Coast putting on a late surge. It's going to be close at the line. And it looks like Orange Coast, your unofficial winner over University of California, Santa Barbara. With Colorado taking third in this race 114, our men's second novice 8A final. We are now underway with race 115. This is our women's freshman novice 8B final. Starting from lane 2, Texas, followed by Georgia, DePaul, Marquette, and in your near lane 6, Illinois.
are 700 meters into the novice women's 8B final. And your leader by about 3/4 of a length is DePaul over Marquette. Marquette has one deck over Georgia. Georgia with about a length over both Texas and Illinois. So it's DePaul now, just about a length exactly over Marquette and Georgia. Marquette maybe a seat or so over Georgia for second place. And both of those crews now with a little open water back to Illinois and Texas. So as they cross the 1,000, it's DePaul with a little splash of open water for the first time. They've got a couple of feet of open water over a pretty good developing race between Marquette and Georgia, who are essentially level for second place.
And with 500 meters remaining in this race event number 115, the women's freshman novice 8B final. Your current leader is DePaul, followed by Georgia and then Marquette. And with 50 meters remaining in race number 115, our women's freshman novice 8B final. It is indeed DePaul taking the win by a half a boat over the University of Georgia, and Marquette finishing third. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please turn your attention to the awards dock at the base of the tower, we are now awarding medals for the women's second Novice 8 Grand Final. This was race 113, where your bronze medal recipient is the University of Georgia. In second place, taking the silver, is Florida. And your gold medal winners, the always spirited University of California, Santa Barbara Gauchos. And we are now underway with race event number 116. This is our women's freshman novice 8A final. And starting from lane 1, we have Wichita State, followed by Florida, Colorado, Grand Valley, University of California, Santa Barbara, University of California, Davis, High Point, and New Hampshire.
Well, we have the men's Novice 8B final. We are unsure as to whether there was breakage or some delay with the women's. You may already know what's happened down at the finish line. But up here in the reporting boat, we've got North Carolina in the men's Novice 8B final with the early lead. They have about a half a length on Connecticut. Connecticut with a couple of seats on a whole bunch of crews. Boston College is up there, Davis is up there, Minnesota's up there. All those boats pretty well bunched, roughly half a length behind North Carolina. Then it's about 3/4 of a length back to Ohio State and Oregon, and another deck back to Colorado. So North Carolina continues to lead. It looks like Connecticut closing up a little bit on them. It's under half a length there. And along with Connecticut, the other crews are coming as well. So it's Minnesota, UC Davis, Boston College, and Connecticut, all about 1/3 of a length behind North Carolina. Then it's a length back to Oregon, Oregon with a 1/4 of a length on Ohio State, Ohio State with a 1/4 of a length on Colorado. So we've still got Carolina leading, crossing the 1,000 in first place, and they have managed to extend that now after fending off a challenge. They are about 3/4 of a length ahead of those 4 crews that are still bunched very tightly: Minnesota, Davis, Boston College, and Connecticut, all within a seat of one another 1,100 meters into the race. All of them trailing UNC Chapel Hill by about 3/4 of a length.
And with 300 meters remaining in this race event 117, the men's freshman Novice 8B final, North Carolina Chapel Hill tenuously holding on to the lead. Very, very good close race. First 3 positions, you could throw a blanket over them. Coming right down to the wire. Unofficially, North Carolina Chapel Hill holds on to the victory. Looks like Boston College in second, and third is too close to call. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you to turn your attention to the awards dock at the base of the tower. We'll be handing out medals for the men's second Novice 8 Grand Final, race number 114, where in third place, your bronze medal recipient is Colorado. In second place, University of California, Santa Barbara. And your gold medal winner in the men's second Novice 8 Grand Final, Orange Coast. Well, looks like we've had a little bit of schedule juggling here, and we're dropping back to race number 116. This is our women's freshman Novice 8A final, where in the far side lane 1, you'll have Wichita State, followed by Florida, Colorado, Grand Valley, University of California, Santa Barbara, University of California, Davis, High Point, and in your near lane 8, New Hampshire.
So we have the slightly delayed final of the women's Novice 8 for the medals, and Colorado nudged in front as the early leader by about 1 deck over UC Davis. But this field is still pretty tight as they cross 500. It's 1 length from first to last. It's Colorado still with a slim lead over Davis. Davis has about a half a length over UCSB and Grand Valley and Florida. Half a length behind that, we have Wichita State, High Point, and New Hampshire. So Colorado's still leading, but they're feeling some pressure now from Davis. Davis is pulled up to within a couple of seats of Colorado, and we still have a real bunch behind that. About a third of a length behind Davis, we've got Santa Barbara, we've got Grand Valley, we've still got Florida. All those groups still bunched, with Colorado now being reeled in. It's dead level now, Davis and Colorado. Davis is caught up, but we still have a great bunching behind them, half a length back. Behind that bunch, it's about a length back to High Point, New Hampshire, and Wichita State. So at 900 meters, Davis has taken the lead. UC Davis has a deck now on Colorado approaching the 1,000. It looks like Florida dropping back just a little bit from that bunch. Right now, I would say Grand Valley has gone into third, just barely ahead of UC Santa Barbara. So crossing the 1,000, it's Colorado fighting back, holding on to Davis. Those crews slightly ahead of Grand Valley and Cal Santa Barbara, with another 3/4 of a length back to the University of Florida.
And with 300 meters remaining in another great close race here, event number 116, the women's freshman novice 8A final. Colorado is holding on to the lead, currently over UC Davis and California Santa Barbara. Davis making a great late surge here. And unofficially, it is Davis taking the win over Colorado, with Santa Barbara in third.
Orange coat right up there, maybe a seat back of Virginia. Everybody's still closely packed except possibly Notre Dame, which has fallen a little bit off the pace. They're about a length and a half behind our leader, Michigan. Everybody else within 3/4 of a length of one another. So it's Michigan still in the lead. Taking over second place is Grand Valley. They've just gotten the lead back from Virginia, which had briefly poked past them. So it's Grand Valley now by 2 seats over Virginia. Virginia by about a seat and a half over Orange Coast. Orange Coast has half a length over UC Santa Barbara. 2 more seats back would be Washington State. Washington State with 3 seats over Bucknell, and then about 3/4 of a length further back to Notre Dame. Michigan stretched it out a little bit, crossing the 1,000. Michigan now with close to 3/4 of a length over Grand Valley. Grand Valley with 2 seats still over Virginia. Virginia with about 2 seats over Orange Coast. Santa Barbara still hanging around, a half a length behind that. 3 seats, 4 seats behind Santa Barbara. We've got Washington State, and right on their heels, Bucknell. But now it's Michigan by 3/4 of a length over Grand Valley. Grand Valley with 4 seats now over second place Orange Coast, who has surged just a seat past Virginia. And UC Santa Barbara is beginning to charge. UC Santa Barbara has drawn up level with Virginia, and now they've gone past Virginia to draw level with Orange Coast. It's Michigan. Coxon on the bow ball of Grand Valley. Grand Valley 1/3 of a length ahead of both Orange Coast and Santa Barbara, with Virginia 2 seats behind that. 500 meters to go. It's Michigan stretching it out, but you could throw a blanket over 4 other crews for the silver and bronze medals. It's going to be a fight to the finish for Virginia, Orange Coast, Grand Valley, and the University of California at Santa Barbara.
With 300 meters remaining in this race event 118, the men's freshman novice 8A final, Michigan continues to hold the lead with virtually 4 boats battling for second place. And at the line, Michigan is your unofficial winner. Followed by Grand Valley, and in third, Orange Coast. And we are just halfway past the halfway mark, the 1,000-meter mark here in race event number 119. This is our women's second varsity 8A final, where we find New Hampshire in lane 4 and University of California at Santa Barbara in lane 5, virtually neck and neck, fighting for the lead.
About a length over University of California at Santa Barbara. They're approaching 500 meters. New Hampshire leading UCSB.
And with 300 meters remaining in this race 119, the women's second varsity 8A final, we see New Hampshire with only the slimmest of margins over Santa Barbara. Check that, Santa Barbara now making a really impressive surge here for the finish line. And it is Santa Barbara taking the unofficial victory over New Hampshire. And it looks like we are well underway with race number 120. This is our men's second varsity 8B final, where in lane 2 we have Colorado, followed by Washington State, Notre Dame, New Hampshire, DePaul, and in your near lane 7, Texas.
Length over Notre Dame. Notre Dame has just a splash of open water over 3 crews that are essentially level. That would be Colorado, Washington State, DePaul, with Texas another 3/4 of a length back. So crossing the 1,000, New Hampshire, not quite half a length over Notre Dame. It looks like New Hampshire may be edging away ever so slightly. See if Notre Dame has a response. New Hampshire leading Notre Dame in the men's 2v8 B final, with again those same 3 crews, DePaul, Washington State, and Colorado, basically level, about a length and a half behind Notre Dame and a length ahead of Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let you know that we have found a cell phone that's been neglected and abandoned in the women's restroom. That is available at the junior tent. If you were missing a cell phone, please go and retrieve it from the junior tent. Thank you. With 300 meters remaining in race event number 120, the men's second varsity 8B final, we show New Hampshire as your current leader, followed by Notre Dame and Colorado. Looks like Notre Dame making a real strong push here for the finish. And we unofficially have Notre Dame as your race winner over New Hampshire. And Washington State takes third. And we have a race launch on race number 121. This is our men's second varsity 8A final. In lane 1, we find Boston College, followed by North Carolina Chapel Hill, Bucknell, Virginia, Michigan, Santa Barbara, Minnesota, and in your near lane 8, University of Massachusetts.
Over Santa Barbara with a couple of seats on Bucknell. Bucknell, maybe 4 seats ahead of Minnesota. Minnesota, 2 seats on UMass, North Carolina, those two about level, and only another 2 seats back to Boston College. But 700 meters in, Michigan extends its lead to 3/4 of a length over Virginia. Virginia now with 1/3 of a length over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara 1/2 length over Bucknell. Bucknell with 1/2 a length over North Carolina and Minnesota. UMass a couple of seats behind that, and Boston College just about level now with UMass. As we approach the 1,000-meter mark, Michigan just about a length ahead now over Virginia. Crossing the 1,000, it's exactly 1 length. Michigan over Virginia. Virginia with 1/2 a length still on Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara 2/3 of a length on Bucknell. And then several crews fairly close together, about 3/4 of a length behind Bucknell. So with 800 meters to go, the first splash of open water has appeared between Michigan and Virginia. Virginia still second, but facing a growing challenge from Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara now within 4 or 5 seats of Virginia. Santa Barbara now has a little bit of open water over Bucknell. Michigan, 700 meters to go. A 1/4 length of open water. Virginia, 1/2 a length. They've gone back in front a little bit of Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara had made a charge. Virginia has stopped that one. But it looks like those 3 crews breaking away from the rest of the field. So, coming up to 500 meters, it's Michigan, open water on Virginia. Virginia trying to hold off Santa Barbara for second place. Santa Barbara, open water on the crews trailing.
And with 300 meters remaining in this race 121, our men's second varsity gate A final. Michigan continues to get it done from the front, with Virginia closely battling second with California Santa Barbara. And as we cross the line, Michigan holds on to take the victory. Second place is too close to call between Virginia and Santa Barbara. We are underway with race event 122. This is our men's quad A final. Starting from lane 2, we have Vermont, followed by George Mason, Virginia, Michigan, and in your near lane 6, Santa Barbara. I would also like to ask that you turn your attention to the awards dock at the base of the tower, where we're now awarding medals for our event number 118, our men's freshman novice 8 grand final, where your third place bronze medal recipient is Orange Coast. Second place, taking silver, Grand Valley. And your gold medal winner, Michigan.
George Mason with about a half a length lead over Virginia. Virginia with about a length over Michigan. Michigan with about a length and a quarter over Santa Barbara, and then a half a length further back to Vermont. Now these quads have crossed the 1,000, and it looks like Virginia challenging, trying to put a little pressure on that George Mason quad. They've closed that gap now to about a deck. So it's George Mason continuing to lead by about a deck over a closing in Virginia boat. That has taken Virginia to open water over Michigan, who still maintains third by a little open water over Santa Barbara. And at 7:50 to go, Virginia has lassoed George Mason in. Virginia has drawn even and now gone in front. 700 meters to go. It's Virginia by 3 seats over George Mason. A little bit of open water back to Michigan, who has open water over Santa Barbara and Vermont. So approaching 500 meters, it's Virginia now by nearly half a length over George Mason. Those two fighting it out for the gold medal. Michigan looks fairly well set in third place, unless some catastrophe happens to one of the other boats, or to them. So Virginia leading George Mason, 500 meters to go in the men's quad.
And with 300 meters remaining in this race event 122, our men's quad A final, it continues to be the Orange of Virginia leading the way over George Mason, and currently Michigan sitting in third. And the Virginia men do take the win here in our men's quad A final over George Mason, and Michigan taking third. And we do have a start on race 123. This is our women's varsity lightweight 4A final. Starting from lane 3, we have Washington State, followed by Long Beach and Northwestern in lane 5. Also, I'd like to ask that you turn your attention to the awards dock at the base of the tower, where we are handing out awards for event number 119. This is our women's second varsity 8. Where our second place silver medal recipient is New Hampshire. And the winning gold medal team is California Santa Barbara. Congratulations, ladies.
Battle for second place.
And with 300 meters remaining in this race event 123, our women's varsity lightweight 4A final, we currently find Long Beach as your leader, followed by Washington State, and Northwestern currently setting third. And Long Beach crosses the line to take a convincing win here in this women's varsity lightweight 4 final. With Washington State taking second by a boat length over Northwestern. Now currently at the awards dock, we are handing out medals for the recipients from race number 121. This is our men's second varsity 8. With the third place finish going to University of California, Santa Barbara. Taking second and the silver medal is Virginia. And let's congratulate our gold medal winning team of Michigan. By the way, these three finishers covered by a total spread of 3 seconds. Very good close racing here today.
The early lead, they have about a half a length on both Michigan and Virginia, with Delaware close behind those two. From Delaware, it's then about 3/4 of a length back to Minnesota, a couple more seats back to Santa Barbara. A length behind Santa Barbara would be Washington University, and then it looked like University of Chicago had a little trouble off the line. They fell back early. They're now they're about a length behind WashU. But up at the front of the field, 7:50 into the race, Rhode Island nudges a little further ahead. They've got 3/4 of a length over Michigan. Michigan now with 1/3 of a length over Virginia. Virginia with 1/2 of a length over Delaware. Delaware with about 3/4 of a length over Minnesota. Then it's another 1/2 length back to Santa Barbara and open water back to the trailing cruise. So Rhode Island continuing to row hard and pour it on. They've moved a couple of feet further ahead of Michigan. Michigan is also nudged a little further ahead of Virginia. It's now Rhode Island about 3/4 of a length ahead of Michigan. Michigan with not quite a length over Virginia. Virginia feeling some pressure now from Delaware. That's down to about 1/2 a length. Delaware has opened water on Santa Barbara and on Minnesota. So crossing the 1,000, it's Rhode Island, but not quite a length over Michigan. That's probably within a foot or so of a length. Virginia, 1 length behind Michigan, but Delaware moving up quickly. Delaware now only 1 seat down to Virginia as those 4 crews pull away from the rest of the field. Now it's taken the rate up, making a little push. They've closed to within less than a length now of the leaders, Rhode Island. It looks like Virginia still locked in a very tight battle for 3rd with Delaware. So it's Michigan challenging for the lead, trying to chase down Rhode Island. A length further back, it's Virginia in a fight for the bronze with Delaware. Looks like Virginia pulling a little bit away from Delaware. So with about 600 meters to go, Michigan putting some pressure on Rhode Island. Those two duking it out now. That's closing up quite a bit. Virginia in 3rd. They'll be trying to hold off this Delaware boat for the bronze medal. So at 500, it's Michigan fighting to get in front of Rhode Island. Rhode Island still holding the edge. Virginia in 3rd, Delaware in 4th.
Here in race 124, the men's varsity lightweight 4 final. We've got a good race for the lead going on right now between Rhode Island and Michigan, with Rhode Island having a slim lead. And it looks like Virginia is currently sitting in 4th. I'm sorry, 3rd, closely ahead of Delaware in 4th. Rhode Island will take the unofficial victory over Michigan. And 3rd place will go to Delaware. And at this moment, we are underway with race 125. This is our women's varsity 4B final. Starting in lane 1 is Washington University, followed by California Santa Barbara, Georgia Tech, Virginia Commonwealth, Binghamton, Denver, and in your near lane 8, Illinois.
Varsity Fours has Binghamton with about a half a length lead over Denver, about 750 meters into the race. Denver has 3/4 of a length over Virginia Commonwealth, who in turn has half a length over both Georgia Tech and Washington University. UCSB is another half a length behind that. With Illinois trailing. I can't spot the Vermont boat. I'm not sure if they showed up to the line. In any event, as we're crossing the 1,000, it's still Binghamton holding on to the lead. They're still a half a length ahead of Denver. Denver 3/4 of a length over Virginia Commonwealth. Virginia Commonwealth with half a length over WashU has moved into 4th. They've got a 1/3 of a length over Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech has 1 length over UCSB. So, digging it out, this third 500, it's still Binghamton now with about 2/3 of a length over Denver. Virginia Commonwealth still in 3rd. WashU ahead of Georgia Tech for 4th and 5th, and Santa Barbara 6th, Illinois in 7th.
Thank you, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, help me congratulate at the awards dock the medal recipients for our race number 122. This is the men's quad grand final. And taking bronze with a 3rd place finish is Michigan. Your silver recipient, George Mason. And the gold medal boat in this race is Virginia. Congratulations.
Let's go, Tech!
And with 300 meters remaining in this race 125, the women's varsity 4B final. Binghamton continues to lead from the front, followed by Denver and Virginia Commonwealth, currently sitting third. And Binghamton takes the win by a little less than a boat length over Denver. And Virginia Commonwealth unofficially in third. I'd like to point out that we are underway with race number 126. This is our women's varsity 4A final. Starting from lane 1, we have Marquette, followed by Northwest State, ULA, then Northwestern A-Boat, UC Irvine, UC Davis, Oregon, Chicago, and in your near lane 8, Ohio State. Ladies and gentlemen, currently at the awards dock, we are handing out medals for our race event 123. This is the women's varsity lightweight 4 final, where your third place bronze recipient is Northwestern. In second and getting silver is Washington State. And your gold medal winning boat is Long Beach. Congratulations, ladies. With 300 meters remaining in race 126, the women's varsity 4A final, your current leader is UC Irvine, followed by Northwest State, ULA, and currently in third is Marquette. Crossing the line in first is UC Irvine, followed by Northwest State, ULA, and Marquette as the unofficial results in this race 126, the women's varsity 4 final. And we are well underway in racing with race number 127, our men's varsity 4B final. Starting from lane 1, we have Cincinnati, followed by Seattle, Wichita State, Marquette, Northwestern, Grand Valley, Purdue, and in your near lane 8, Emory.
The B final of the men's varsity 4 is beginning to settle into its third 500 meters. And right now it's Grand Valley with a very narrow lead, maybe half a seat over Northwestern. Northwestern with about 3 seats over Marquette, then about half a length further back to Emory. Emory with about a half a length on Purdue. Over on the far side, Cincinnati actually moving up. Cincinnati probably level for third place with Emory at this point. Then it's a couple of seats from them back to Seattle and then Wichita State. So it's Grand Valley, Northwestern, and now Marquette fighting it out for the lead, men's varsity 4 B final.
With 200 meters to go in this race number 126, our women's varsity 4 final. I'm sorry, race number 127, men's varsity 4. It looks like currently Marquette is your leader over Seattle and Northwestern.
Let's go, Purdue!
Marquette does indeed take the win. Over Grand Valley and Northwestern in third in this race 127, the men's varsity 4 final. We are currently underway with race number 128. This is our men's varsity 4A final, where we find in lane 1 George Mason, followed by Orange Coast, Michigan, UC Irvine, Georgia Tech, Rhode Island, Virginia, and California Santa Barbara. Also, I'd like to ask that you turn your attention to the awards dock, where we are now handing out medals for race event number 124. This is our men's varsity lightweight 4 final, where your third place bronze medal recipient is Delaware. Second place, taking silver, is Michigan.
Georgia Tech.
And your winning gold medal team in this men's varsity lightweight 4 final is Rhode Island. Congratulations.
Then it's not quite a length back to Orange Coast, Virginia, little behind Virginia, Santa Barbara, and George Mason. So at about 900 meters now, it's Irvine, rowing very cleanly. They've got now nearly a length over Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech still slightly over a length in front of Michigan, who has established themselves into third place. They're now about a half a length ahead of Rhode Island. Rhode Island's got about 2/3 of a length on Orange Coast, and then it's about a half a length from Orange Coast back to George Mason, Virginia, and UC Santa Barbara. So it's still Irvine in the lead. They've got 800 meters to go. It's Irvine by just about a length, maybe a little bit less now, over Georgia Tech, who seems to be throwing in a real flurry of strokes. Georgia Tech still second. They've still got a little bit of open water, but Rhode Island has come charging back on Michigan. So Rhode Island now has just eased ahead of Michigan for third place. But it's Irvine starting to pull away. Irvine with about 3 feet of open water over Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech with 1/3 of a length of open water, excuse me, over Rhode Island. Rhode Island with about 2 seats over Michigan. Michigan now has about a length and a quarter over Virginia and Orange Coast, with just a couple of seats from those two back to Santa Barbara and George Mason. 600 meters to go, and Irvine is opening it up. They are pulling away. They now have almost a 2-length lead over Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech right now might be more concerned about this third place Michigan boat that's getting in a little bit closer. Michigan with about a length now over Rhode Island again, and then open water back to the rest of the field. So 400 meters to go. It's Irvine in the lead and looking good at it. There's going to be a fight, I think, for the silver medal between Michigan and Georgia Tech as they finish out this course.
in this race number 128, our men's varsity 4A final. UC Irvine continues to hold a strong lead. Georgia Tech in second. But the Michigan men not wanting to let them go without a fight. Close behind in third. And UC Irvine takes the unofficial win over Georgia Tech. And Michigan holds on to take third.
Way to go, Jack!
And we are underway in racing with race number 129. This is our women's varsity 8B final. Starting from lane 1, we have William and Mary. In lane 2, Texas, followed by Vermont, Vanderbilt, DePaul, Cincinnati, and in near lane 7, Colorado.
The B final of the women's varsity 8 has just crossed into its second 500. And your co-leaders at the moment are Vanderbilt and Cincinnati. Those two crews about a third of a length ahead of DePaul. DePaul with just a slight margin over Texas. Texas may have a seat or so over William and Mary and Colorado. So now it's 700 meters gone. It's Vanderbilt nosing in front. Vanderbilt with about 5 feet now on Cincinnati. Cincinnati with about a quarter of a length on DePaul. Over on the far side, we've got Vermont in the middle of that mix. Once again, I missed a crew on the first run through. Vermont is about a third of a length behind DePaul. So it's Vanderbilt now by about a deck over Cincinnati. Cincinnati, though, under pressure. They've only got a 1-seat lead now on DePaul, and Vermont is starting to move up as well. Vermont, 3 seats down to DePaul and Cincinnati, who have now gotten to be just about level. Vanderbilt now pulls out to nearly a half a length at the 1,000-meter mark over Cincinnati and DePaul, who are basically level. 2 seats ahead of Vermont. Texas is about a half a length behind Vermont and a half a length ahead of Colorado, with William and Mary trailing. So Vanderbilt establishing a little more of a lead now, with a pretty decent fight going on behind them for second, third, and fourth.
With 300 meters remaining in this race number 129, the women's varsity 8B final, is currently Vanderbilt leading DePaul and Cincinnati. And Vanderbilt is your unofficial winner, with Cincinnati coming from behind to take second place over DePaul. And we are off and racing with event number 130. This is our women's varsity 8A final. Starting from lane 1, we have Georgia, followed by Wichita State, New Hampshire, University of California, Santa Barbara, Grand Valley, Orange Coast, Purdue, and in your near lane 8, Emory. And if you could please turn your attention to the awards dock, ladies and gentlemen, we are now
About
awarding
3
medals
feet over
for our
Santa
race
Barbara.
event 126.
Santa
This
Barbara
is the
has
women's
about 4
varsity
seats
4
on
grand final.
Valley. Grand Valley with 2 seats on New Hampshire. After those crews, there's actually a touch of open water back to Purdue, who is basically level with Wichita State, and then a little bit further behind that, Emory, with Georgia trailing. But we've got a terrific fight up in the front of the field. Those 4 leading crews are all within about 5 seats of one another. And it's still almost level, Santa Barbara versus Orange Coast. Orange Coast had just the slimmest of early leads for the first 500, but now at 750 meters, Santa Barbara has broken the deadlock and is moving, and I must say, moving briskly ahead of the field. In the last 10 strokes, Santa Barbara has gone from essentially level with Orange Coast to about a third of a length lead. Behind Orange Coast, it's only 1 seat to New Hampshire and 1 seat further back to Grand Valley. So at 900 meters, Santa Barbara took that burst, and they've got a third of a length on Orange Coast. Orange Coast, a quarter of a length on New Hampshire and Grand Valley, who are basically level. Then it's a splash of open water, maybe half a length of open water back to the field. Crossing the 1,000, it looks like Santa Barbara is motoring again. Santa Barbara is moving forward again. Their coxswain is now on the bow ball of Orange Coast. Orange Coast is under real pressure now from UNH. New Hampshire within 2 seats of Orange Coast. And Grand Valley still lurking, still only 1 seat down to New Hampshire. It's Santa Barbara now. Coxswain on the bow ball of all 3 of those crews. I think it's bow ball to bow ball to bow ball. New Hampshire, Grand Valley, and Orange Coast, with the Santa Barbara coxswain sitting right on top of all 3 of them. It looks like Orange Coast had a little bit of something in reserve. They've nudged it up a bit. They've gone up a couple of pips. And not only are they pulling back into second place, they are closing on Santa Barbara. That is now about 3/4 of a length. It's Santa Barbara now with about a third of a length over Grand Valley. Grand Valley now has taken a 2-seat lead over New Hampshire. So as we come into 500 meters, Santa Barbara urgently fighting off this recent attack by Orange Coast. Grand Valley taking it up. Grand Valley in 3rd place, but trying to put pressure on those 2 leaders. I think Grand Valley is moving back on Orange Coast. New Hampshire over in lane 1, not to be discounted. So 500 meters to go to the medals of the women's varsity 8.
Sorry about that. Back to the awards dock. Receiving medals for our race event 126, the women's varsity 4 grand final. Your 3rd place bronze medal recipient is Marquette. 2nd place, taking the silver, Northwest State, ULA. And your 1st place, gold medal winning University of California, Irvine Anteaters. With 200 meters remaining in race number 130, the women's varsity 8 finals. Your leader, University of California, Santa Barbara. Second place is really close. It's a three-way battle that currently is being led by Grand Valley. And Santa Barbara unofficially takes the win. Over Orange Coast and Grand Valley in a great 2-3 finish. And we are now underway for race event 131. This is our men's varsity 8B final. Starting from lane 1, Minnesota, followed by UMass, Texas, University of California, Davis, Boston College, Bucknell, Washington State, and in your near lane 8, New Hampshire.
Rest of the field here in the third 500 of the B final of the men's varsity 8.
With 300 meters remaining in this race 131, the men's varsity 8B final, your current leader is Boston College. And we've got a really tight battle going on for second place at the moment between UMass and UC Davis. College taking the unofficial win, with UC Davis barely edging out UMass. I'd like for you to turn your attention to our awards dock at the base of the tower, where we're now handing out medals for our event 128, the men's varsity 4 grand final, where finishing third and taking the bronze here is Michigan. Your second place silver medal team is Georgia Tech. And taking the gold, once again, we find the University of California Irvine Anteaters. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now underway with our last event of the day. This is our men's varsity 8A final, the big boys and the big boat. Starting from lane 1, we have Cincinnati, followed in lane 2 by Purdue, Grand Valley, Michigan, Virginia, University of California, Santa Barbara, North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and in your near lane 8, Orange Coast.
We'll be picking up the final race in a few seconds. So 400 meters into the final race of the day, the men's varsity 8. And we've got a very packed field. Crossing 500, great starts from Santa Barbara and Orange Coast have them about 1 seat in front of Michigan. Michigan about 2 seats in front of Virginia. Then it's about a third of a length back to North Carolina, Grand Valley, another seat back to Purdue, and then another 2 seats back to Cincinnati. Santa Barbara throwing in some strokes here. They've pulled in front. They've got maybe 3 feet on Michigan. It's then a deck back to Orange Coast and Virginia. And Michigan fights back. They did not like that Santa Barbara lead. They have drawn level again, and now Michigan has nudged their bow ball in front at 700 meters gone. So it's Michigan now by 1 seat. 1 seat over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara by 2 seats over Virginia. Virginia with a half a length over Orange Coast. About a third of a length behind that, you've got North Carolina and Grand Valley. Grand Valley with a couple of seats over Purdue. And Purdue actually moving up. Purdue rowing high for a Purdue crew, as far as I can tell. They're drawing level with Grand Valley and North Carolina. Then it's about a length back to Cincinnati. But in the front of the field, it's Michigan now by a deck, maybe a touch more, over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara still 2 or 3 seats over Virginia. Virginia with 3/4 of a length over Purdue and Grand Valley and Orange Coast, with North Carolina 3 seats behind that. We've got 750 meters to go, and the Michigan lead is 3 seats over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara nosing away from Virginia. That 3-seat lead is now 6 or 7 seats. And Virginia beginning to drift forward as well. We've got Purdue, Grand Valley, North Carolina, and UC Irvine essentially level, about a length behind Virginia. Michigan with a nice push at 600 to go. Michigan opening it up. Their lead is now 1/2 a length over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara now with 3/4 of a length over Virginia. And Virginia still with 1 length over those 4 crews that are just about dead level. So into the last 500, it's Michigan. Michigan now still edging away. Michigan edges out to 3/4 of a length over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara with 3/4 of a length over Virginia. Virginia with a couple of feet of open water over Purdue and North Carolina. Those two have a seat or 2 over both Grand Valley and Orange Coast. So with 300 meters to go, it's Michigan. However, Santa Barbara had another gear. Santa Barbara had another gear. That 3/4 of a length for Michigan is down to 1/2 of a length. 200 meters to go. We're going to turn this over to the crowd because you're going to love this. Can Michigan hold off Santa Barbara?
50 meters to go in this men's varsity A final. Santa Barbara closing up fast on Michigan. Down to a deck. And Michigan takes the win over Santa Barbara, with Virginia unofficially taking 3rd in this men's varsity 8 final. And we are currently down at the awards dock for the medal ceremony for our women's varsity 8 grand final, where third place, taking the bronze medal, is Grand Valley. Your second place finishing boat, taking silver, Orange Coast. And your gold medal winner in the women's varsity 8 are those Grinding Gauchos from University of California, Santa Barbara.
Go,
I'd like to take a moment to thank one of our local sponsors today. That is the offices of Sosby and Britt Orthodontics. If you need braces, you need Sosby and Britt. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the awards dock handing out medals for the last race of the day, the men's varsity 8 final. Our third place finisher, Virginia. Taking the silver medal in second place and less than 1 second off the lead, University of California, Santa Barbara Gauchos. Now join with me, congratulate, and let's make some noise for the 2016 ACRA National Championship Men's Varsity 8 winner. Gold medal goes to Michigan. Thank you again for joining us for the 2016 edition of the American Collegiate Rowing Association National Championships here on beautiful Lake Lanier. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and we hope to see you again next year. Thank you.